it up for us.
Let this one go.
I'm sitting here, I'm like, I want to fucking play this game and trying to push to 500 subs. I'm not even fucking streaming.
Nice.
Hey, Lively and Titan, if I purposely fucking sandbag this game and fucking make Raptor lose his rating, will you guys subscribe to my channel?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Oh my god.
Yeah. What's your channel, man?
No, I'm actually not going to do that. I'm going to try to win because I'm not a fucking piece of shit.
Yeah. I'll still subscribe.
If you have second thoughts, let me know, man.
But yeah, I'm on YouTube. It's Cree.TV.
No,
I think.
no dot.
No dot. Just Cree TV.
Joining your friend in the rough here. Should be good.
You said free TV?
So yeah, I mean, it may be different from the algorithm because I'm searching on mine, but if you just type in CREETV, the live should pop up on YouTube.
This shot is around 115 yards out.
Yeah, I never honestly thought I'd ever get close to 500 subscribers. I honestly never thought I was going to break 100 subscribers, but I'm fucking over 300 now. I'm trying to fight to 500. If I can get to 500, I can monetize and make fucking 1 penny for every person who watches an ad.
There you go. I just subscribed to you, bro.
Oh no, I understand.
I appreciate that, dog.
Yeah, man.
Okay, here we go.
Even if you never watch the channel again, I appreciate you subbing.
And this one's, I think, going left to right.
I'm on quite a bit though. Like I stream golf, I stream Bannerlord, I stream Hell Let Loose.
No break.
Let's see if we can convert this birdie putt your teammate left us with.
So what was that, Titan? Oh no!
Dude, that movement on there, that was bad.
That wasn't the movement of the green. That was just me being a complete fucking piece of shit.
This next putt's for his par.
I know you joked about sandbagging, but damn.
Right?
Hey, we're still all square. Shut the fuck up.
Oh, you can play Hell Let Loose.
You make that joke when we're fucking -2.
You gonna play
okay, well.
Hell Let Loose when it drops?
The VA.
Yeah.
Yeah, so me and Raptor, we actually play for a group that plays the current Hell Let Loose console, and our completely retro Hell Let Loose Vietnam when it comes.
Oh no. Just pop right. Yes, sir.
Oh, there we go.
We currently, me and Raptor, so like I'm the CO captain of the console division. He's my first sergeant, so we're like the top 2 guys in our company, and we run a mill sim for the current Hell Let Loose on console.
Well, he's hoping this one sticks to the fairway.
So like, we have 6 different squads with section practice times to be part of the CAV. You got to play for 1 hour a week. Practice with the guys for 1 hour a week. That's the only mandatory. And then from there, everything else is optional. We do public events. We own our own servers. We police those servers. We're breaking into comp stuff. We do our Frag Out Friday every Friday, which is super fun. That's open to the public as well. So if you play Hell Let Loose, let me know. I'll get you some information. You can just come check out some fun games as a public member. No pressure to join the group at all.
Yeah, man. I haven't played it recently, but I have it downloaded.
Well, if you gave up on it because you weren't having a good time because you're playing with randoms and stuff, let me know. I'll give you some info to get on our Discord and even just come out and just try like a Friday or a Sunday operation and see how you like it.
I just subscribed to your YouTube, so I guess I could chat with you on there.
Hell yeah.
That's crazy, Raptor. If this works out, that'd be the first guy I ever recruited through PGA. But yeah, like I was saying, there would be absolutely like zero
Nice
pressure to
shot.
join the Cav. You can join our Discord server as a public member, and you have access to our Hell at Loose console voice and discussion, where you can just like ask to join up with a group, or you can sign up for any of our public groups and join the voice when the event is on, and you can partake in the events and be like part of the Cav, air quote, without actually joining the Cav. And in that game, you're like a squad of 6 guys that all have mics, everybody's communicating, working together, playing the game properly.
I got you.
Oh.
That's a deceiving ass fucking green.
Okay, 11 feet to
Dude,
deal
all these
with.
screens are deceiving.
I think this putt's gonna break to the right.
Fuck it. What are you doing tomorrow?
Gaming, man.
We need bodies for our operation tomorrow. You should fucking come out and give it a shot.
Alright. That'll work.
Oh man.
Oh!
Wow. Highway
This putt
robbery.
right here will put him at 1 up.
The only thing I'll tell you in advance, if you come out and play a game with the 7 Cav, the only thing we are strict about is like basic rules of engagement. So like we don't allow intentional team killing, we don't allow like racism, trolling, that's all in our doctrine. So if you come out to play, you're gonna have a really good time if you're a decent human being, and that's the way you want to play. If you're a troll and you're a piece of shit, you're gone immediately.
Oh, let's see what you can do on this one.
Fair enough.
I even dropped down a club. That's
But
farther down than I
if
thought
you
it was.
haven't had the opportunity to fucking play Hell Let Loose the way it's meant to be played, and you haven't had a chance to enjoy that game, give it a shot on Sunday. You'll have the best time you've ever fucking played in Hell Let Loose.
Yeah, it's a hard game to get behind, especially solo queuing for sure.
Yeah, if you don't have a group of guys to play with, it's rough.
Oh, missed the green on that one.
Dude, that green is like
I
way
am
below.
excited about the Vietnam though. That's pretty dope.
Yeah, I can't wait for Vietnam, dude. Vietnam is literally my favorite theater of war, like throughout history. It's what I know the most about. It's what I've been the most into. Don't get me wrong, I love World War II, but there hasn't been a really good Vietnam game. Like any game that has had Vietnam in it, it's a base game with like a Vietnam mod. But there hasn't been like a dedicated Vietnam game since what was it? What was that game series?
From the green side bunker.
I wouldn't be able to tell you. I'd be lying.
No, the Battlefield one. It was what game series had Rising Sun?
I have no idea.
Oh.
Raptor,
that
do you know
was
what
a beautiful
game I'm
shot.
talking about?
Green side rough.
No, I don't.
It was a Tom Clancy game, but it wasn't a Ghost Recon game.
Oh my, almost in with the chip.
That's a tough spot, man.
Red Storm Rising.
Okay,
Red Storm Rising. Yeah, Red Storm had a Vietnam game, and that was the last game that I truly feel like actually, as a standalone, meant to be Vietnam game, actually captured Vietnam, and that was fucking like Xbox 360, PlayStation 3. So like to me, this is the first like dedicated Vietnam game that's come out in a long time, and I can't fucking wait for it.
It's gonna be badass. That's for sure.
And the coolest part is we're the 7th Cavalry Gaming Regiment, and guess who was the biggest fucking, well, not the biggest, but the 7th Cavalry was the helicopters in Vietnam. Like the 7th Cavalry was the first guys to trade out classical cavalry tactics for helicopter tactics. So I'm really hoping that when we play Vietnam, those helicopters have the 7th Cav patch on it.
How this hole goes for him.
My temptation to play that fucking car path was extremely high.
Yeah.
Shot's just about 95 yards to the pin.
I cut out in the middle of my fucking sentence there, didn't I?
No. Most of it went through. Your mic kind of cuts in and out like Cisco's did.
Yeah, I really hope that when we're flying helicopters in Vietnam, that all those helicopters have the fucking 7th Cav patch on them. That'd be so cool.
That would be cool.
That'd be pretty rad.
He might have chosen a bit too much
Oh, I
club.
didn't roll back.
Well, it's unlucky. Missed the
No
green on that
roll.
approach. And this one is around 80 yards from the pin.
I've been thinking more and more about Vietnam coming out, Raptor, and you know what my biggest concern and kind of like my biggest fear is now? That there's going to be fucking 7th Cav imposters because the 7th Cav was so popular in Vietnam. And that guys are going to be trying to make like groups named 7th Cav.
Oh, I'm sure.
Oh,
and
they
it's
would.
going to like take away from us.
This is his third.
It'll be a struggle.
But hopefully it won't
Good
matter
shot.
because I'm really
Nice
hoping that
shot.
we get a little bit of notice before the game comes out. And when we get that notice, I'm going to be fucking highly tasking some guys on social media to overtake it so that those guys that possibly do run and try to be the 7th Cav cannot overshadow us.
I'm gonna watch some gameplay on your YouTube of Hell Let Loose and see if I'm even worthy enough to play the
Okay,
game.
let's launch.
Man,
this
we
next
don't
tee
care
shot.
about skill level.
Like I said, I haven't.
I
played a whole
joined
lot.
my first week
And
in the
that shit
game
is
and was
hard.
absolutely terrible.
This shit's not easy, that's for sure.
It's not, and it's got a steep learning curve. But the thing about playing with the Cav is we are more than happy to just have you run as a trooper and run easy rolls like an assault or a rifleman, and you can just play in the squad and just learn with the guys while you play a basic role.
Yeah. Like I know how to play officer and shit, all that simple shit, but like as far as like engineering and like commander, like I'll be lost.
5-iron
Oh,
on
nobody would expect you to fucking do that playing with us, dude. You'd be put in a squad with a squad leader, and literally all you have to do is just what the squad leader asks you to do.
Yeah.
Like the most basic thing that you can do to be a amazing Hell Let Loose player at the very beginning is playing with a squad and understanding like a basic node drill at the beginning of the game and a basic supply swap drill. So a node drill is multiple guys switching out for supplies, getting 3 supply boxes down so the engineer can build all 3 nodes. And then later in the game, the supply swap is just, hey, I need somebody as supplies right now on my outpost. And then you just say, okay, I'm redeploying instantly as a support guy to get you those supplies. And if you can do those 2 things, you'll be better than fucking half of the new guys we get in the Cav. And the best part about the Cav is it's not even about Hell Let Loose. It's about the community and the group of guys hanging out, doing things. Me and Raptor, for example, we're hanging out and playing fucking golf. I never would have met Raptor if it wasn't for the Cav. And I've met guys like him and plenty others that have become some of my best friends in gaming. And we do a lot more than Hell Let Loose. Because to be part of the Cav and be an official member, the only thing you have to do is play for 1 hour a week, and you're part of the group.
And there are definitely guys who that's all they do is they play their 1 hour a week and
But the cool part about that too is if you also dabble in other games and or you have like a PC, our group, the 7th Cav, also plays a bunch of other games. So you could be like a part of Hell Let Loose console, but if you have like, say, Armor or Forger, and you kind of want to play that game, we also play Armor or Forger in the group, and so you can come out to the 1 hour practice a week with Hell Let Loose and attend the operations, but then you can also go out and play the game properly with the Armor or Forger guys and play that.
I've never played Armor Forgers. I've never even heard of it.
Yeah, I've played it. I played it a little bit, but it's too involved for me. I don't like sweaty gameplay like Call of Duty and kind of like what Battlefield 6 is, or I guess any Battlefield game is now. I will gladly play them with a group of friends for a night to have fun and get sweaty and get high and drunk and play the game just for fun. But it's not a game that I want to play like every day and go back to.
My game of play, my game of choice used to be Apex Legends. So I don't mind the sweaty games.
Shut. Oh my
Oh,
god.
Raptor!
Come on!
You got robbed.
Well, and
That's
that's
a great
why
shot, man.
I really love Hella Loose in the Cav, because it's become my game of choice, because we do like tactical realism stuff, so you get to play like super immersive TAC R in your squad, like actually playing a 6-man squad with the squad the way it's supposed to be played. But then we also do competitive stuff where it's not TAC R 6-man squads, it's broken up like 2-man, 3-man squads, and those games get super sweaty and super intense. And I would rather play a super sweaty, intense comp game on Hella Loose any day than play a sweaty game in like COD or fucking Battlefield.
And that's going to do it for us today. Just
Well, boys,
thanks again for
it was fun.
That was a good game, guys.
Pleasure
talking with y'all, too.
Discord.gg/7cav.
I'll if you guys are on my YouTube stream, I'll throw the Discord server in my YouTube.
Yeah, I'm hopping on your stream right now.
I am.
Hello and welcome to PGA Tour 2K25. My name is John. We are doing the front nine of this one today. This should be a bit of fun, albeit brief fun. Have a good round today. And he's ready to tee off. Let's see what he has. Okay, he's in the sand. Let's see if he can get out. And he's hitting out of the deep stuff here. Second shot here on the first.
Dude, if one of these fucking homies decide to actually like join the Cav, They come out for an event or two as a public member, and they're like, "Fuck yeah, this is awesome! I'm gonna play this game more," and we get a recruit from fucking playing golf. It literally would be like the craziest way I've ever recruited a guy, by far. Let me put it this way: it'd actually be the first time I've ever recruited a guy outside of something that actually relates to Hell Let Loose. So like recruiting him from the game server, recruiting them from like the Hell Let Loose console Discord or the Facebook group page. It would be my like first recruit, like meeting a guy on a different platform and recruiting him. But again, I'm talking my stream. You don't have to join. We're more than happy to just have guys come into the fucking Discord and be a public member, and you have no requirements at all. And if you want to come out for an event, you can sign up for it. As a public member, you might lose your spot if it's a limited event. So like, for example, if we were doing a Frago Friday, one of our bigger events that are happening right now that are very consistent and a ton of fun, if you signed up for that event and it's a limited seat event, you may lose your spot as a non-CAV member because we will prioritize CAV members. But if you joined, then you wouldn't have to worry about that. And you'd get a spot no matter what if you signed up.
And his bogey putt commences here.
I think I distracted these boys enough with my fucking YouTube channel and fucking Hell Let Loose talk and everything. We were able to fucking make him lose a hole.
Great work on that first hole. That's what I like to see.
Oh no, I was still thinking we were playing the fucking same guys. But yeah, did we beat them? Did we beat the first guys? They beat us. Wow, shows how much attention I'm fucking paying. I need to drink more alcohol. That'll help me fucking straighten my shit out. This is the way. That is not the way.
He's just about ready to tee off. Let's see how he does.
Well, I'm really glad that we're one up so that I can be a piece of shit and not be good at this game. That's great.
He's got some sand to contend with. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, it sucks. I'm sorry.
All right, you're plugged in the bunker. Not a great way to play golf. I wish you the best.
Oh, you didn't do anything with that, did you? Oh, okay. Well, I can't really either, so that's all I can do.
It didn't go a heck of a long way, but guess what? We're in the fairway. And we join him now in the rough. Seven iron on display here. He's setting up here, about 160 yards to the pin. And if they sink this putt, we'll be back to all square. this goes down, they're going to take things all square again. It looks like this one's breaking to the left. Oh. Here's a 10-foot putt. I think this one's breaking to the left.
I don't know if I can make this, so dude, this is a fucking hefty break. Ugh!
No, that was tough. It's a little bit too hard on that one. And here he goes, trying to get that double bogey. Okay, he's got 2 feet to go here. Ooh, just missed. And hopefully this one drops. He's dubbing up here on the bogeys. And that hole's halved.
That's insane.
Third hole on this one, par 3. They're going with the 4-iron here. All right, interested to see what he has in store for us here. Here's a look at their 5-iron. Okay, second shot for him on this one. All right, let's see if he can do this. He needs it to save par. This one looks like it has a bit of a break to the right. Okay, your teammate got us on the green. Now let's take this home for birdie.
Sorry, I'm the reason why I'm like kind of distracted is because I'm trying to work on Solano to get him back into the Cav. No fucking way we should still in this hole.
Okay, and if he sinks this next putt, he will go 2
That should have fucking went in though. That was a fucking greasy round the cup.
You two are 2 up at the moment.
But yeah, Solano won the division he was playing with SAS, and he's been playing EU and EU times, so like he wants to get back to NA times. So I'm trying to convince him like, hey, like, you retired as a sergeant, so you're gonna come back as a corporal, and they'll automatically demote you to a specialist. But between now and then, before you re-enlist, if you just come out and play comp stuff with us and work with our comp guy and help out the comp side of that and like dedicated to it to make it better, and then you come back as a specialist, like I will personally petition to get your fucking specialist wave back to corporal. And get you like meritoriously promoted if you like help us out on that side of it and like actually show a dedication, like tell me like I'm going to stay with the Cav and build the comp side.
Deep, rough. Let's see how this goes.
I have to be. I'm the fucking company commander of this fucking AO that I'm trying to build. But at the same time, like I wouldn't do what I'm saying I would do for Solano for anybody, right? Like the reason I'm saying that is because Solano left on very good terms, and he has a very outstanding record before he left. Before he left the Cav, he dropped his billets and played as a trooper for like a month or 2. and then left. And he was very honest about why he was leaving. He said, "Hey, I have an opportunity to go play with the SAS guys. I can't do a clan with the Cav. I'm very interested in becoming a better Cav comp player, and this is why I'm leaving." But he took like 2 months to get out of everything else before he did that.
Let's get on out of this. You'll be all right there. And this should be interesting for him. He's hitting out of the rough. Let's see what happens.
So I should go and look at his fucking mill pack. Past members. Sergeant Solano. Honorable Discharge 2023.
This putt's around 18 feet away. I think we got a right to left break on this one. Okay, he's setting up for birdie here.
Yeah.
See what happens.
Solano, his mill pack looks good, and he's fucking great in my books.
Right.
And like I said, I wouldn't fucking tell him that he needs to join the CAF tomorrow, right? Like, and he doesn't really know what SAS is doing. We don't really know what's happening with Vietnam, but if he decided to come back and kind of get back into what he was in when I first played with him,
And you'll go 3 up.
absolutely, he's the kind of guy that I would petition. I couldn't promise, obviously, right? Like, I can't say like, hey, it's gonna happen, but I would gladly petition on his behalf. He'd be like, hey, this guy played with me in the very early days. We started a comp team. Our comp team failed. He went about doing everything in the best way possible to leave his billets that he was in responsibly and hand them off as best as a guy possibly fucking could. And then openly stated, like, hey, the reason I'm leaving Cav isn't because I don't love the Cav, but it's because the Cavs comp team isn't working out and I want to go play comp. He didn't lie about it. He wasn't indifferent about it. It wasn't anything. And at that time too, when he left, I can actually also give this to Solano's credit. We did do our first like season of comp, and we did okay. We didn't do bad, but after that first season of comp, we canceled comp. So it wasn't like, hey, there's still comp in the Cav, and I'm leaving to play with a better team. It was like, hey, the Cav isn't doing comp for the next 1 or 2 seasons, and he was like, hey man, I want to play comp. But he's also the kind of guy that's like very experienced. He was a sergeant. I believe he was only a squad leader. I don't think he ever made it to PSG. But he's definitely the kind of guy that like would fucking come out to every SP for his squad. He would come out to our regular operations, and he would do Cav stuff. Like, he would be involved in more than just comp. Like, he'd meet his basics. He would come out to our regular operations, and he would do comp. At the very least, I know he would do that. Well, come out to any op that he's available to come out for, just like anybody, right? But yeah, he was one of my fucking like best friends, best guys I've ever played with. Me and Solano, I've got fucking highlights from like my early days of like my first uploads, like in the first year, 2023. If you go back to my 2023 uploads of my comp, or of my, not comp, but of my Hell Let Loose content in my channel, Solano's probably in like 5 of those videos out of like the 30 that I made.
Ooh, this could be trouble. Needs to hold on to the fairway.
And honestly, too, like, I think it would be super beneficial for our ending of this Hell Let Loose and going into Hell Let Loose Vietnam, where we don't really know what competitive is going to be like.
Hey, I'm liking that one.
But if there's a chance of competitive in Hell Let Loose Vietnam, the two guys that are like Cav through and through, or I would say the one guy that's Cav through and through, Mulcahy, right? Like, he could have fucking left to go play for a better team, right? But he loves the Cav. He didn't want to leave the Cav. And even though we might not be the degree and skill that he wants to play at, he sees that we have the possibility of being there, and he loves the Cav so much that he would rather stick with the Cav and try and get us there than leave the Cav to just go have that experience comp-wise. And I feel like if we would have done the exact same thing that we just did with the comp team in Mulcahy, when the first time we were running the comp team with Solano, I almost guarantee Solano would have taken up like what Mulcahy is doing right now back then. So if I could get Mulcahy and Solano together, I think they would be a fucking powerhouse for running our comp team. Because they are literally on the exact same page.
Let's see what this guy does.
I'll be honest, I would actually probably say that Solano's probably a little bit better of a player than Mulcahy. But I think Solano could help Mulcahy tune the comp stuff, and I think Mulcahy could help tune Solano into the way we've progressed Cav-wise on the official side of it.
Well, not the purest of strokes.
Cohesive to no matter what we're doing.
Out of the bunker. Let's see what happens.
Yeah. That's something, like I told you, I have my stuff drawn up, but I haven't sent it to Connor yet. Like I was telling him last night, I was a little drunk during that conversation. I was like telling Connor, like, hey, I have a really good starting point, and I have that made up. And I'm just really struggling with whether or not I want to send that to him. Because I would much rather have you be organizing the training plan to get you more squared away and more steady on being the leader of the troops. So what I think I really want to do is I think everybody's on the same page. Maybe everybody was saying it a little bit differently. Maybe everybody was kind of getting close to the point that we were all trying to make, but we're not. Like you said, we're all on the same chapter, but we might not all be on the same page. And so what I think I would rather do is kind of have you work with the guys and then come back to me before you guys like move ahead with something. So you meet with the guys, get everything squared away exactly the way you guys want to do it. And then you come to me and Kane and say, hey, this is exactly how we want to do it. And me and Kane go over it with just you and say, okay, we like X and Y, but we just want to slightly alter Z. And you take that back to those guys. Hey, company has approved everything, but they would like to change this. Are you guys all right with this change, or what is your compromise for the change? So essentially, it's like a 3-step process, right? Like you meet with the guys. Step 1, get your battle plan together, get it set up, get something that will work cohesively no matter what we are doing. It's the checkmate battle plan, right? No matter what we're doing, when we are in battle and we're going against a live enemy, yeah, sure, maybe if we're doing an FTX and we're doing something special, the training plan might be a little bit different. But what I would like you to do is work with 1st platoon, 2nd platoon staff, and I would also like to I don't want to say include Mulcahy in it, but I would like to bring Mulcahy in occasionally during your work with those guys to build this battle plan, to just have his opinion in there, kind of like an advisory role, right? Like he doesn't get to say like this is or isn't happening, but bring him in, and before you guys bring it to us, bring him in and show him what you guys are doing and let him add his touches to it as well. Because I do believe Mulcahy's very skilled and very competent as a competitive player, and how he understands, like he was talking about, right? Like comparing it to what he was saying, like you want to do the TAC R stuff and I want to do the comp stuff, and our vision is the same, but our execution's just a little bit different, right? But if you can bring him on board, where you guys make the battle plan and then bring him in and be like, hey, like this is where I could see we can improve it, and we can make some compromises, make some changes. And like I said, like if the compromise is where we want to run large squads at SPs and FTXs, you run it as a 6-man squad, but you have a SL in game and a fire team leader in game. According to the squad MOSs, your SL is your SL for the squad, your FTL is the ASL for the squad, right? If your ASL or SL can't make it, so your SL isn't there, now your ASL is your squad lead and your FTL is your FTL. Or your SL is there and your ASL isn't there, your FTL is there for the in-game squad. But it's a 6-man squad split into 2 3-man squads. And I think that is one of the keys to the battle plan, so that we can keep it 6-man squads, full squads working together at our official TAC R stuff, and the guys get to play with a full 6-man squad at our official stuff. But it directly correlates to our comp stuff being 3-man squads. And the battle plan is the exact same, no matter what. But like I said, if you were running 3-man squads in a comp game, you could build more garrisons because you have more squads. If you're doing it in an attack R or like a Sunday operation at Breakthrough, and we're trying to perfect this battle plan, you might only have 3 or 4 squads because they're all in a 6-man squad. But the battle plan is still the same. It's just reduced in squad number. It's just reduced in scope, essentially. But yeah, so I agree. So I really want you to over like dig in hard to it this next week with Connor and Elliker and the platoon sergeants for the Q2 plan, because like the like Connor and Elliker are already talking about like the Q2 plan as in like the platoon style of it, right? But we still need to make the company plan in the next probably 12 days.
Hello there, my name's John McCarthy, and first of all, welcome.
So over this next week or two, what you should really be doing is getting with those guys and being like, hey, like, we want to make this battle plan. So say the first month of Q2, we are going to train the first phase of the battle plan, second phase of the battle plan, third phase of the battle plan, and then have a platoon FTX that runs us, and you have 2 CAV teams that go against each other, and both of the CAV sides run the exact same battle plan. And like I said, if we do that as our first FTX training the battle plan, the best result you could ask for is a warfare game that lasts the entire game and is just barely won at center point because of 1 or 2 things that 1 or 2 guys does changes the balance. Because like I was saying the other night, where if both platoons run the exact same battle plan, technically the game should end in a stalemate. If you pit platoon 1, so you build you do the company training plan for Q2, and then you work with those guys to make the training plan, and the most important focus of our training plan is building this battle plan. And then for the first FTX, we did like a first platoon versus second platoon FTX, and if both of those platoons are running the exact same battle plan, they should end up in a stalemate if they both execute that plan perfectly. And or the team that loses made a mistake somewhere in that battle plan, and then they can go back and look at it and say, hey, where did we fuck up in the battle plan? Did we not do phase 2 and get our like blue lines and first set up garrisons done? Is that where we fucked up and we didn't have a fallback?
See how this one goes.
Did we not even get out of HQ quick enough to have that set up before the wall even dropped? Is that where we need help? And I know Mulcahy really loves the fucking baptism by fire, but in that first month of Q2, I would really, really, really like to see him on the company weekends, not the comp weekends, because we'll still do the bi-weekly company comp stuff. On the comp weekends on a Saturday where we're not doing anything company-wise, so S7 isn't doing anything, we don't have weapons calls, nothing's happening on the Saturday, and he could be like, oh, I could organize a scrim this day. For that first month of Q2, I would really like to see those non-comp weekends be him taking out all the guys that have signed up for squad leader in the last 2 or 3 scrims and taking just those squad leaders out on the field and refining them on the battle plan and refining them on what they need to do as squad leaders and really just working with those guys. Because if we make our squad leaders stronger, we're going to do a lot better. And I feel like that's where we're lacking. Is like there's maybe 2-3 squads during a scrim or a comp game that just aren't quite up to snuff and not quite doing what they need to do and not quite fulfilling those roles, but it's just because they're inexperienced. They fucking they conceded that shot, dude. I was 43 feet away and they conceded it. For 1-up. They conceded a 1-up 43-foot putt. That's fucking ridiculous. But yeah, so I told Connor I was going to send him my ideas, but like I said, I'm kind of hesitant on that. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to send you a super, super basic idea of my ideas, and then let you see what Connor and Elliker kind of produce in this next week, and then just kind of maybe take my points that I give you as like constructive criticism towards that op board if they don't do that.
Ooh, extra distance happening here off the downslope.
Well, I mean, I don't even need to send it to you, dude, because the 2 things that I want in the battle plan are super fucking simple. Like, I can just tell you, and if you can understand it, you can just tell them to include that in the battle plan, or like just tell the idea to Connor and say like, hey, this is an idea that company really wants to see in this battle plan. Can you take your battle plan and incorporate this instinctually like Connor is? He's a very instinctual guy when it comes to his tactics. Hey, so you can basically say like, hey, you gave me this plan. This is your initial plan. If I give you this idea, how do you think would best incorporate it into your plan? Is the best way I could see you doing it. And I actually think it would work better if it was allowing the platoon staff and the platoon leaders and sergeants to kind of form the initial plan and then come to you to review it. And then you just review it knowing our ideas, mine and Kane's ideas. You review it and say, hey, here's a couple tweaks that I know company's looking for. So let's put these in. And you give it those small tweaks, and then everybody's like, you and the platoon staff are happy. You bring Mulcahy in, he reviews, gives his input. Maybe you make another tweak or two, and then everybody's happy. Comp side, platoon side, for this to be the BACD battle plan when we are facing an enemy. And like I said, this battle plan, what I want you to stress to the platoon leaders and to Mulcahy is this battle plan is what we do from the moment that we spawn into the game and the game starts up until we reach contact. Because like everybody says, a plan goes to shit when you hit contact, right? So this air quote battle plan that I want you guys to build is everything that's going to happen before we expect contact. And so it's basically like at most the first 10 minutes of the game. From there, we can struggle bus and, build off of it and maybe not so much have a plan for it, right? So like say the plan is to do your no drills, get set up at your blue line with your garrisons or at the wall drop with your garrisons, or just get a couple garrisons there and then really do a strong set of garrisons along like the blue neutral zone line before the objective's capped, and then capturing the objective. And let's just say that's 3 steps: HQ setup, initial garrison setup, and middle point capture. 3-phase battle plan. That's what we want to do every single time. We want to get our initial HQ set up with nodes and whatever we need to do in that first zone before the wall drops. When the wall drops, we need to set up our initial setup to be able to get into the neutral zone. And then step 3 is capture the neutral zone. If we don't capture the neutral zone, we don't need to build a plan for that right now. We just need to build that initial battle plan to get us to the neutral zone. If we lose the neutral zone, for the first 1 or 2 times that we're playing comp, because I guarantee you, if we do this battle plan in a fucking pub game, like on a Sunday, we're going to wipe the enemy team just playing against blueberries. And if we are doing it in a public game on a Sunday and running this battle plan, the expectation would be we run this battle plan and capture middle point, and we hold middle point, and we do not move off of it. And then we test that battle plan against clans in Frago Friday in our comp scrims. And so say we play a game against a better team where we don't get the center cap, right? Well, now we followed the battle plan. We did exactly what we did, but they beat us to the cap. And we play the rest of the game out just as it fucking happens, as the commander sees fit to make his calls, as the squad leaders see fit to do whatever they do, and everybody just works together to just do their best from the game after the initial battle plan. Everybody just does their best from there. And then from there, when we have the set battle plan, we can say, okay, here's the 1 or 2 things we need to tweak to be able to beat these better clans to getting to the middle point. And now that we've made those tweaks, and now, 1 or 2 times we have successfully made the middle capture. Whether we lose it after we capture it, that's fine. But as long as we can get the battle plan down to where in 2 pub games and 2 comp games in a row, so 4 games total, we are able to capture that middle point with our battle plan. Now that we've got the battle plan executed to the middle point, now you guys can get together and expand, okay, if we capture and secure the middle point, what is going to be our steps to move forward to the 4th point? And then that's where the battle plan ends from there for expansion, is you just go from the middle point to the 4th point, capture and secure. Okay, now our battle plan, we've done it successfully 2 or 3 times where we've captured the middle point with our battle plan. And we updated our battle plan to expand on it to be able to capture the 4th point. Now we've done that battle plan successfully 2 or 3 times, captured the middle point, captured the 4th point 2 or 3 times in a row. Now we can make the battle plan and make the final phase where if we get the 3rd point and we get the 4th point, what is our battle plan to sweep the map? But what I would actually personally like to see is that we build the battle plan for capturing the 3rd point, and then the second thing that you guys work on when we successfully get that battle, even say we get the battle plan to work successfully in one public operation, where we load in and do a public op on a Sunday, and we're all on the same team, and we run that battle plan while we're seeding, and there's like no opposition at all, and we can easily successfully run the battle plan, hold middle point, seed the server, and then when the game restarts, we run the battle plan now with opposition against public members. Right there in one game, we can successfully run the battle plan in 2 games, and we hold the middle point. And then we need to do that once successfully in a comp game. And now when you guys go to expand the battle plan, what I would actually rather see is, instead of you guys expanding the battle plan to capture the 4th point, what I would actually rather see you guys do is work on a contingency plan that we train and have a really good plan for if we don't capture the middle point. And what are we going to do to turn that back around? So if they capture the middle point first, yeah, and nobody panics, right? Because that's literally what happens. Like every time we've played our fucking comp games or scrims, and I've even seen it in our public games, right? Like if we capture the middle point, we're fucking confident and strong. Our guys get set up. They don't have any problems, in my opinion. Where we struggle the most is when our guys are under fucking pressure. And so like a perfect example was PZLD, just Friday night, right? Like our guys didn't know what to do when they kind of did what we've always done. They made it to the wall drop. 4 squads made it to the wall drop. They were there in time. At the wall drop, 2 squads built a garrison. And so technically we had done kind of what we had been training for. 2 squads spawn north, 2 squads spawn south. Those 2 trucks hit the wall and you put down garrisons. But to better advance that, we should be putting down those 2 garrisons at the drop wall in those 2 trucks. those supply guys should be swapping, redeploying on the outpost before the wall drops. Everybody's back in their trucks. We should be pushing up a grid square, stopping the truck, everybody getting out, and then the two squads that are in that truck should be kind of like splitting 50 to 75 meters off of the truck north and south, or east and west, depending on which way the map is going. So then when you get to the blue line, you have two garrisons built at the wall drop out of the trucks with two squads in it each for a Frago Friday. I'm saying a 20-man op here. So 5-man squads, 2 squads per truck, top and bottom HQ. Move to the wall. You build 1 garrison on the line out of each truck. Then that truck drives forward to the blue line. And when that truck is 50 meters away from the blue line, it stops. All 4 squads get out of their trucks. And out of the 2 squads that you have in each truck, 1 squad goes 50 meters south and or east of the truck, and the other squad goes 50 meters north and or west of the truck, and drops their outposts and builds garrisons. So now you have 2 garrisons on the wall drop line in our final defensive sector, and you have 4 garrisons on our blue line. And now you got 6 garrisons up at the start of the game in the first 4 minutes of the game. And I don't know what we're doing wrong that we can't pull that off. I mean, I don't know if discipline's quite the right word, but I would just say like training, not discipline. Because like, I feel like our guys are disciplined. Like I feel like they will listen to the squad leader and do what they're told.
Okay, let's see what you can do off of this tee.
I feel like they have good discipline. I feel like personally, for me, if I was to honestly ask myself, why can't we do that at the beginning of the game? I would honestly say it's because our squad leaders aren't strong enough to direct their squads to do it. Like, you can't blame the trooper, right? So if it's not happening, there's only one reason it's not happening. It's because the squad leader's not getting it done. And so I pulled Solano and Legion. So I had Solano SAS and Legion PZLD with me tonight in my squad. And at the beginning of Hot Wash, I took those 2 guys out of Hot Wash. Said, hey, Mulcahy's sorry, but I'm going to go talk to these 2 guys personally because one of them I know is a high div player, and the other one plays for a team that we just got our asses kicked by. So I'm going to go do like a separate Hot Wash with these guys with 2 points as 1, what can I do to be a better squad leader? And then 2, what did you guys see from the CAV? And actually get some really good intel from them.
This is an insanely long putt for this guy. I don't know what's going to go down. I think he's on the right track here. Oh, and he gets it to go.
That's some bullshit.
Okay, here we go. Par 4, 6th hole.
Yeah, and when I came back into Hot Wash, I literally said that. I said, hey, I made a couple of calls for like airheads and flank pushes and stuff, and it's because I'm not used to playing an SL role, and I was stepping out of my bounds there. And so I didn't hear that, but even without hearing that, I admitted to that. And if anybody else talks to you about the situation, like, why was Cree so, like, doing that? And when you told me, like, comms break, I hope you believe that every time you called for a comms break, I shut the fuck up. Because I was trying to do my best. And I know it's a bad habit of mine. But I just want you to understand, like, it's a habit I'm trying to break, right? But the reason I was doing that, where, like, I may have seemed like I was trying to act as a commander, being a little bit aggressive in red chat. So it was like, say, for example, calling that airhead in E8 at the bottom of the map. I wasn't doing that to be, like, oppressive. I was doing that because I had lost my position. My Ass 3, Finn, had lost his outpost. We had lost our garrison. And my only option was either spawn back at HQ or the garrison on the south that was 2 grid squares back, so 400 meters back from the assault line, or try and get some kind of advantageous position with a Hail Mary from commander. So it wasn't me like trying to say like, hey, this needs to happen. It was me saying like, hey, I'm desperate to try something to fucking work because I am not in position. So what I'm trying to say is my stress of not being able to maintain or achieve my central mission, which I would say for about 70% of that game, my squad and Finn's squad, we were right in the center lane fighting like we were supposed to. But when I was aggressive or oppressive in red comms is because I had nothing. I couldn't even be like, hey, we're trying to run these 6-man squads, or 3-man squads. Hey, Finn, you lost your outpost. Get everybody to come to my outpost. Like, I didn't even have that opportunity because when we got crushed and wiped out of that, he was down, I was down, and the garrison that either he or me built was down. And I had no way to get back there if it was... So it was like, do I make a 600-meter run that's going to take me 6 minutes? Or do I call in red chat for a fucking Hail Mary airhead to try and do something cool?
No, that's going right by the hole, isn't it? He's got a 9-footer here. All right, given that putt, head to the next hole. Let's go.
I mean, like, me personally, I would really love to talk about this, and I would actually honestly rather talk more about this so that we can work the plan for you down to platoon over playing golf, and I stream the game. The entire game is up on my stream.
7th hole is a par 4.
And like, and even at the same time, like Raptor, I honestly believe, and this is why I put you in the first sergeant position, is one, because you fucking taking a ton of weight off my shoulders and you're just good at doing calf work. So that's the first reason why I did it. It's because I don't want to do that much work. So it's really nice to have a guy that I can lay some work off on. But the second reason I wanted you in that position is because I know I can make you better and I know you can make me better. And the reason for that is that you and me have the ability, which is a very, very special ability, to just talk to each other honestly without either of us getting upset about it. Right? Like, I couldn't go to Beck and be like, so let me put it this way. I believe that you know the difference between me jestfully jarring at you over a fuck up and actually being serious about, hey, this is a fuck up and you need to fix it.
Well, you put a nice swing onto that one.
I DCS you in your first week as first sergeant?
Let's tune in, see what he does.
Oh, I don't fucking remember that. That was way too long ago, dude. Oh, you called him out in game in green chat when you were in my squad.
That almost went down.
Yeah. But you understand that. Like, it's just...
And from the deep stuff.
Yeah, but so anyways, you engaged in a confrontation in a public chat. Yeah, and I mean, you fucking learned about why that was. But in that DCS, even back then, even when we were still first meeting, I'm certain you were able to tell the difference between me being like, hey, like, I'm not fucking mad at you, but I need you to understand that being in the Cav and the experience that I have, the worst thing you can do when trying to handle a situation is call somebody out in front of everybody else. Oh my god, I picked the wrong shot. I thought I was on super flop. I was not a super flop. I'm pretty sure we're going to lose this game. Like I said, I'm actually...
This one looks like it'll break to the right.
Yeah, I would like to go back and watch the stream and review that. But yeah, so like my point was even when I gave you that first DCS, and I think that's why we've gotten along so well even from that point, is that you could tell like, hey, I'm very serious about the fact that you can't do this, and I'm serious because I'm telling you from an experience position that anytime you call somebody out publicly in front of the other guys for something that's wrong, the only thing that person will do is get defensive and rebuttal and just cause the conflict to continue. You won't be like, hey, we're in a squad together and you're doing something and you're a piece of shit. 98% of the time, that guy's not going to go, you're right, I'm a piece of shit, I'm super sorry, when he's in front of 4 other dudes. He's going to try and justify and make reason with why he's doing it and why he's right and you're wrong, because he wants to be in the right in front of all the other guys. And that's just a gamer attitude. It's just group mentality, right? But if you pull that guy to the side and say that exact same thing one-on-one, he will actually take a second, reflect on what he did, and calmly either say, hey, I see what you're telling me, and I did fuck up, or say, hey, I see what you're telling me and why you think I fucked up, but here's why I did it, and here's why I think I was in the right. And then he can give you that information. You can say, okay, I respect that, but even though you're saying X, Y, Z, you're still wrong because of A, B, C. And you can go, okay, yeah, I see that. I get the rules. Yeah, we talked about it. But there's no chance for that kind of discourse when you call somebody out publicly, right? And it's like I said, it's literally because of experience. I have been there. I have done that. I have been in those situations where I did what you did, but I didn't have anybody above me to DCS me. But it still turned out horribly. It didn't fucking work out. It went fucking awful. And I had to learn the hard lesson of, like, either that guy, like, ended up leaving, or it turned into, like, a week of fucking fighting, and then finally we were able to work it out, but it ended up really shitty. And I had to learn, like, hey, that's not the right fucking way to do that. And that was well before I was ever a MP or even had taken SAC. Like, I figured that out long before I did any of that. I found out those kind of things in the first 6 months of working with Bud and Preacher and running the group. Like, I had guys like fucking, I mean, and Thorpe was also a piece of shit, right? So there was also that like you were kind of justified in what you did. You just didn't do it the right way.
All right, that's going to do it for me. Thanks for playing, and we will see you soon.
For PZLD, or for 7Cav versus 626? Probably because it was live about a half an hour before we started the game. No, I reset the stream when we started the game, but it was probably live from after we finished Hot Wash and when I went into Hot Wash with fucking Solano and Legion. We're losing in 626. Oh, an Albatross won and a Eagle won. Nice. We lost 1 point for losing against them. All right, so what was the last point that you made about like what I was doing in game? Because I know exactly where those points are in game, and I can give you like timestamps to go to. Yeah, but no, there was something you had said. There was something that you had said, like specifically, like the one thing that you Cree did that a couple of people had mentioned in Hot Wash. Backseat commanding. Okay, so I still think that there was. I can only really think of. Well, there's 2 times. It was the 2 times I called for the airhead. Is honestly the only time I feel like I was like oppressive in chat. But I mean, and I can agree with that. I was in command chat a lot, but also I feel like I was like maybe in command chat too much. And like I said, it is something I do need to work on when I'm running as squad leader because it's just something I'm not used to, right? Like I've been running commander for 75% of the games I've been a part of. So I do know that it is. I do understand, and I do 100% respect the opinion that, hey, Kree, you were a bit of a backseat commander in command chat, and you need to. And I really do hope that those guys weren't saying that just because I wasn't in chat and they felt comfortable to say that. I really do hope that if you can remember, if you made notes about those guys who said that, I would really like you to like approach them and be like, hey, Kree would. You made these XYZ points about Kree, like background commanding chat. Kree would really like to sit down and talk with you about that, but not because you called him out in chat. He just really wants your honest opinion so that he can become a better SL because he's just so tuned in to always being in a command mindset. And I honestly love the opinions and the facts or the input of anybody that's seeing what I'm doing as an SL to be better as an SL. Because like I said, I'm just so tuned in to being a commander that it is very hard for me to transition out of that. And while I can admit there was times in command chat I was overbearing or overstepping or backseat commanding, there was also times in command chat where I'm doing really good as a squad leader and reporting things that our squad leaders should pick up on. So like what I'm saying is like I would really love it if we could get those guys that had that input, especially if they were in command chat with me, and be able to bring them in and be like, hey, so like you seen that Kree was doing this, that you guys were like, hey, Kree's backseat commanding, being a little oppressive, being too much in command chat in this 1, 2, 3, 4 moments. Okay, great. Thank you guys for helping me be a better SL. But now let me turn that point around and say like, okay, I can admit points 1, 2, 3, and 4 is where I fucked up in command chat. But also, how come I'm the only guy that's putting down tank pings and calling out the tank pings? How come I'm the guy that has to leave off of my position and try and get a flank gear set up? Like, why is nobody in command chat saying like, hey, this is flank squad, we're trying to push the north flank or the south flank? Like, where is that, right? Yeah, and so like taking Legion and Solano off privately and asking them like, hey, what could I have done better as a squad leader? That's literally exactly what they told me as well. They were like, hey, we were assigned that middle lane. And Solano even said it. He's like, man, I've played with you a ton of times. You're a fucking great player. You could see the entire map. You're commander orientated. But in that moment, we should be focusing more on our role, and you should be placing out the call to do that flank instead of trying to do it yourself. And that's exactly where I will openly admit that's a commander fault in me, right? Because that's when I'm playing commander and I see my guys are set up in their positions and we're getting weak in one area and I have the opportunity as commander to get in that Kuba wagon and go around. And while I'm dropping supplies and dropping a tank and doing all these other things for the team, I can do that all with my map open at the same time as drive because I've just played commander so fucking much. I can do those two things at once. So I will be able to command for the entire team and try to set up that flank. And then I would put up the flank as commander, and then I would get on the horn and be like, hey, flank squad, I've got your flank gear set up. Get on this right now. And where I overstepped my boundaries is I wasn't in command, and I was still trying to do that natural tendency of, hey, I see a gap, I'm going to go try to fill the gap and then get somebody on it. But I was trying to fill the gap and get my squad on it when I shouldn't have been doing that. I should have just been focusing on my shit. And I can openly admit, I did do that wrong. And I 100%, that's why I pulled Solano and Legion across and said, hey, you guys are unbiased, you're not in my group, fucking tell me straight up what I did wrong. And they did. And I respect it. What's your time step? What? In the 7K versus 626 stream. What do you mean you're at 108? 108 is me still in the menu. Oh, an hour and 8 minutes. I thought you meant a minute and 8 seconds. I was like, what? I don't know if I look at my map. Oh, I guess you said a minute 8. So, yeah. I do, dude. As I said, man, I have a hard time, and that's why I'm a lot better as a TC than an SL. Because in a TC position, that's what I'm meant to do if I'm not commanding, is watching the battlefield and seeing where I can put my tank in the best position. Okay, so I'm at 108.07. $105.30. So I'm on 105.30. It's like in the spawn menu. Fox 7. I gotta try and zoom in on this. Maybe make it full screen. Fox 7. Oh yeah, the one directly behind train station. That's built on the wrong side of the blue line. Well, it wasn't me because I'm fucking dead. Well, it's whoever's right under the garrison at 0532. So who is our item squad leader? I don't know if there's ever any place in this fucking game where I look at my scoreboard. I don't think there is a time where I look at my scoreboard. Oh, here, I got a scoreboard. Items. Fuck, when I go to this, oh, it's match ending. Item squad leader already left. It was Roth. So you can go back and look at the sign up sheet and see who is in Roth's squad as the SL. It was Cross. But see, so this here is a exact perfect shining example of where I'm saying when we're having those company weekends and our company ops and we're not running a scrim that weekend is where I would like Mulcahy to take those squad leaders out and work with them so that they don't do that kind of stuff. Like work with those squad leaders in, you know, like pick like, you know, take like, so you go in and say you had 8 guys who signed up to run squad leader at the last game, start a practice and say, hey, everybody for sure who signed up as a squad leader, I want you at this practice. So those 8 guys, I want you at this practice on Saturday. Because if you're signing up for a squad leader, these are probably guys who are like coming back and regularly playing, right? I would say probably any of those guys that are signing up for a squad leader are routinely signing up. And then also put it out like, hey, anybody who's interested in either understanding what's going on at the squad leader role or is interested in being a squad leader at these events also come out. So then he has, let's say, you know, in a perfect world, he has 12 guys show up for this practice. So he's got 12 guys that he's training as potential squad leaders. So he's 13. So what he would do is like go into the commander role and then put like his, don't put your best squad leader in the squad leader position, but also don't put like your worst squad leader in the squad leader position for the practice. Pick a guy that you feel has a pretty good understanding but needs to sharpen up. Put him in that, and then all your other squad leaders are running as troopers for that squad leader. And then you run the battle plan so that the squad leaders understand what the troopers need to do. They're doing it at the trooper level. And then you're training those squad leaders, but then also when you're doing it, like everybody can stay in Discord when you're running that initial battle plan, and you can be like giving out the orders as if you were in Red Chat, but then all the squad leaders can hear you through Discord, and then everybody can get like a better understanding of like, hey, like this is how it should work, and this is what I should do as a squad leader. And Mulcahy's running these guys through that battle plan and setting the example for them, so that they have a solid idea of, hey, when Mulcahy's not leading me, I know exactly what he's expecting of me. And I do feel like Mulcahy's trial by fire isn't the worst idea if we were playing with like unorganized guys that had a higher game skill level. But what we're playing with is guys who are highly receptive to orders and are organized, playing with a lower skill level. So you need to use that situation to your advantage. And these guys are going to come in. These guys are going to listen to you. These guys are going to follow your orders. But you need to show them what to do first. They don't have the skill level to say, hey, I know I need to do this. Don't fucking tell me what to do because I know what I need to do, right? Like, I would say probably 6 out of our 8 squad leaders are in that boat. Maybe 2 of our squad leaders are super comfortable to be like, I know exactly what I'm doing. I don't need to be here. It's great for me to be here, but like, you're not teaching me anything, right? I would say maybe 2 of our squad leaders are at that point out of our 8. Probably. Actually, I'll have to. One sec. Be right back. I can see the stream. Hold on, strategy here. Oh, no, that's not that. What the fuck is this shit full screen? Why can't I get this full screen? Or full screen? Oh, there we go. Okay, average. Okay. Now it fucked up on me again. Hold on. What the fuck did I do? What the fuck is going on? Okay, I'm kind of getting this is best thing. But all I'm seeing is train station because I'm zoomed in. So if you try and look at south, I can't see south of train station. So you need to move it down. Move it north a little bit. No, that's terrible. I can't fucking see anything. Zoom in one more clip. And now scroll down just a little bit. Like, let me see just a little bit more of the south. Just another 20, 30 meters. Okay, so right now I have the title of rail crossing and the objective. Okay, yeah, no, I'm good. I can see rail crossing is at the top of my screen for the objective, and then I can see the border at the bottom. I disagree with those two back garrisons. I said I disagree with what you're saying with those two back garrisons. Yeah. One sec here. I'm going to go to maps let loose. And I'm going to go to Discord. And I'm going to share my screen. Go into maps let loose. I'm going to go here on Karen 10. Why is it not showing the difference? So if we were playing the Germans on the opening, what I would like to see, whether it's... So, okay, let's do this. So we're doing the 30v30 or 35v35, right? So you have 3 HQs to work out of. So HQ, I know I'm setting these up as garrisons, but HQ, right? What I would personally like to see is you're assigning and doing your node drills at each of your or at each of your HQs, just like Mulcahy's doing right now. His setup's perfect. We're getting those node drills done super fucking quick. So you're spawning in there, you're doing your node drills, and then you have transport truck for the 3 drivers that are spawning in, right? So what I would like to see personally, what I think is the best setup, is whichever one has the defensive objective. So let's just say in this. Oh fuck! I removed the line. Okay, so yeah, we know where the HQs are. So whichever strong point is, like when we load into the game, and because like we're picking center objectives, so we knew it was going to be train station. But let's just say the other 2 objectives are on both sides are completely random, right? So we know we're at train station for a center, and let's just say we get rail causeway as our first objective as the Germans, right? So what I would like to see here, what I personally think is best, is that the team, whichever HQ ends up with the sector in their zone, when they're driving their transport truck up, they stop and set up 1 garrison in that 5th point, right off the bat. So rail causeway ends up being the objective. Now our other 2 groups drive to the border right off the bat as quick as they can. They need to be at this border before the timer runs out. Like a good minute at least before the timer runs out. Those 2 trucks should be there if this is the truck that's doing it. And then just for example, let's say that the objective did end up as canal locks, right? This truck would go to canal locks first, build that garrison on canal locks, and this guy wouldn't be building the garrison here, and this truck would be pushing immediately to the wall. This truck, and as well as this truck that drops this one, when this truck goes here, there should be 2 squad leaders. There should be at least a minimum 2 SLs in this truck. So anyway, sorry, actually, let me go. Let's go back to the center HQ as our example. This is the zone we get. So this is our 5th strong point. These are not strong points. These 2 trucks are moving to the blue zone. These guys are building it. There should be a minimum 2 SLs in this truck. So what this truck should be doing is pulling up, dropping off that squad leader and a supply guy, building the garrison, getting back in the truck. And they should be able to do that before they get to the wall. So this truck drives up, rail causeway is our 5th objective, they build this garrison here, they're able to still get to that wall with, say, 45 seconds. These trucks made it with 1 minute and 20 seconds, right? Now, this truck and this truck, when they get to the wall, they should be getting out and building wall garrisons. with their guys. And everybody mounts up in the trucks, their outposts are down. They should be able to build this garrison and get to the wall. These guys should be able to get to the wall and build these 2 garrisons before the timer runs out. And everybody's back in the truck. That should be accomplished even with the no drill. That should not be a problem. So you got these 3 garrisons now on defense. And then say, for example, we had rail crossing as our 4th objective. Whichever zone that is in, compared to the middle point, becomes that squad's objective. So now these guys go to here, because that's our objective for the 4th zone, and because based on lanes that we have assigned, right, just like you said, I want the 3 lane setup just like you have. So now because this fallback sector is technically in the north of it, those guys are responsible to take their truck, build 1 more garrison here. So now you have 4 garrisons. And then these 2 trucks that hit the wall, between the 4 SLs you should have in these 2 trucks is building your 3 garrisons. So now that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. From there, when you get the blue line garrisons out, everybody's crashing the point. If we capture the point, we build a garrison on this. We get strong and secure. Okay, Commander, can you please dismantle the north garrison so that we can build a garrison down here? Because whoever the commander is can dismantle any garrison that's built, whether they physically dismantle it in front of it or use their ability. So you as the commander, you get these 3 garrisons set up at the beginning of the game before the wall even drops. The 4th garrison built is on our 4th point that we are going to be defending. In case we don't gain this, you're getting 3 blue line garrisons up in the 3 grid squares that the assault lanes are running. And then if you capture it, you have the availability for the 8th garrison on point. And now, right at the beginning of the game, from spawn to advancement to capturing the middle point, is all 8 garrisons built available for our team. And if our battle plan succeeds and we capture the middle point, this is where we work on after that. So what we need to train into our guys is that first movement. Now, again, I'm open to other ideas about scoping that, but I still think something like that is our best bet. And I think our 2 plans, like you said, are very, very close. Just slight differences. Sorry, let me go back to your stream. Can you clear your drawings while you're showing me this? Just go up to the top and hit clear all drawings. Okay. Hey, so what's your garrison count right now at this point? I disagree with that. I believe one garrison should always be left on our final point, and we're basically operating with 7 garrisons in a warfare game. In a skirmish mode, obviously that doesn't matter, but in a warfare game, I personally would be leaving our 1 garrison up at our final point. And actually, with that, for that final point of saying like having that garrison up, I would like to have a garrison up back there, but not on point. What I would personally say is that if our 5th objective is the middle objective, we don't put a garrison directly on it. But if our 5th objective is north or south, we build a garrison like right on the border of the map for that. So even if a recon does get back there and happen to find that, they can't make the assertion that, hey, their final point is at the bottom. They can just say, hey, they put a fucking garrison on the bottom of the map to have a bottom of the map garrison. They're not thinking, hey, what is that, an OP? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you have 2 tank squads and you're fucking not like capping yourself out on vehicles, and you can get that half track up and 1 more, absolutely, I agree with that. And so this is after we've captured middle and we're progressing towards 4th, right? And so I do agree with you 100% on that point. And I just want to show you one more thing, because I do think, just like you said, we're in the same chapter, just not quite on the same page. I think you're misunderstanding my garrison positions as believing that like those opening garrisons, I'm leaving them as permanent. That's not the intention with those opening garrisons. The intention with my opening garrisons is the exact same intention what you just did with advancing your garrisons on the 4th. So if you go back to my stream real quick. Okay. So what you're saying essentially is like where you have like your 3 garrisons, right? So we put 1 down here in the south. So we're not right on the edge. So we got just a little bit north of that. You put like 1 garrison here behind the buildings, and the other garrison for the 3 garrisons that you're saying you're being able to build. That's our opening blue line garrisons for the point. The 3 sectors that you had, and each of those lanes, Assault 1, Assault 2, Assault 3, they're responsible for those lanes. They're responsible for those garrisons, right? So if I'm understanding you correctly, what you were saying about like the blue line garrisons is if we capture point and say we put the half track on that last point, we build those backline garrisons, we're at 7 garrisons, then we're able to build like a garrison on point. Now we've secured point, and essentially what we're going to do is, because we have a strong position on point, defensive guys, or you as commander, you're going to get rid of a couple of these backline garrisons, maybe leaving one back there, so that then you can put like, a garrison here and a garrison here if you were able to build 2. Maybe if you're able to build 3, you also build another one here, kind of thing. But so you're getting rid of like 2 of these, giving you 3 garrisons to build, because you have a strong capture on the center point. You're basically getting rid of these garrisons and leapfrogging them up to the front line, right? Is that kind of what you were saying about your garrison placement for the front line of the 4th point? So strong blue line, secure center, get rid of backline garrisons, still holding center strong, leapfrog garrisons. We can control those garrisons. Now we can advance and assault. So what I'm saying with my garrisons at the beginning of the game, where if, let's say, the way we had it, Les Maisons was our original point, and our second point is rail crossing, just like the game we just played, the truck off the bottom builds their garrison. Hey, our point is in the bottom, or if our point is in the top, that first garrison gets built on the edge down here, or the edge down here. That one truck builds it for that edge if it's on the edge. If we do happen to have the middle point, we build it, here, or maybe here. Actually, that one isn't good. I don't like that. I would suggest that if we did have rail causeway and we didn't have one of the outside objectives, so we were building that one garrison on the outside here or outside here, if it did end up as the middle point, we build it somewhere in the soft cap. So maybe like here would be a really good spot. It's north of the objective. It could make the enemy think, if a recon got back there, it could make them think that, hey, maybe this is the point or maybe this is the point, right? You leave it off the middle to make them guess. If it's on one of the side ones, oh, that's true, they do know, right? Okay, so yeah, but still standing. If it's north point, we build it on the north border. If it's south point, we build it on the south border. If it's on rail causeway, we build it within the soft cap, but off the point. So like here or here, kind of thing, right? Like the most advantageous, maybe even here, somewhere really advantageous to have a garrison to get easy access to that 5th point. So right off the bat, before the wall drops, we have one of those garrisons. So let's just use our recent game as an example. We had Les Maisons as our first point. So bottom truck is going to move out of their HQ, and they're going to build the first garrison on the border because we own the south objective. These 2 trucks are both going to build a garrison on the drop wall. And this is where you're saying, like, hey, I don't want those garrisons there. I'd rather have them here. But my point with this is, like, these 2 trucks building these 2 garrisons, right? Then the wall drops, and now we're building your 3 garrisons, just exactly like you said, perfect plan. We're building 3 garrisons here. Assault gets these 3 garrisons secured. And while we are now contested over the middle territory, and we're fighting to capture middle first, right? You as commander, you are in charge of the backline stuff, and you as commander, you can get rid of any garrison that anybody places, right? So we build right off the rip before this wall even drops. We build these 2, this one on the border, and then rail crossing was our 3rd objective. So defensive squads, according to our offboard demo he built, one of the defensive squads will build one more garrison here. So now, at the beginning of the rip of the game, we have 3 garrisons to start before the ball drops. We have the defensive garrison on point that defense is responsible for. That's 4. 5, 6, 7 on the blue line. So we still have the ability to build one more pop-up garrison wherever the battle allows us to be advantageous. This gives us 7 garrisons off the start and leaves us with 1 additional garrison to be placed wherever, say, maybe flank has got a really good fucking flank going right off the bat of the game, and they're able to fucking build a garrison here. because we captured and flank's already in the north pushing there, and they're able to get it. Great, right? But so now the assault guys have captured this point. The assault guys are going to hold and stay on this point, and our defensive squads will be here. But you, as the commander, at this point, right now, when we get here and have these 7 garrisons, and you're like, I don't really want these garrisons here, you can go back, and your ability will be ready, and it's only fucking 200 manpower. You can spawn on one and delete the other one with your ability. And then that gives us the ability to now take these 2 garrisons out and have them be those forward garrisons. So when you control center, you go back as commander and say, hey, I am controlling center, my team is controlling center, and I believe we're strong there. So I am the guy that goes back and uses my ability to dismantle this garrison. I personally spawn on this garrison and get rid of it, and this garrison stays down here because this is our point. And that's when we control the zone, we're strong, and you want to. The next thing that you want to do is build these garrisons. So if you as a commander are seeing the fact that, hey, I am going to be able to build these garrisons, I am 2-3 minutes out from having my boys advancing. They're controlling this, they're secure, and they're going to start advancing towards the next point. You need to be able, as the commander, be able to see that that's the way it's going. You fall back, get rid of these 2 garrisons just before your guys make it to these garrisons. But this leaves you the security of, if we capture this point or we don't capture this point and we are unable to build these garrisons, it gives you 2 extra garrisons that don't matter, but they're still there for you. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Yeah, and that's literally exactly what I'm saying with that opening phase of building those garrisons before the wall drops. Is the exact same idea. Yeah, one garrison for the 5th point, and 2 wall garrisons. That should be the initial move, right? And then when you build your next garrisons at the blue line, you're still at the most only hitting 7 garrisons. So what I'm saying with my point is you're not going to run out of garrisons if you build those garrisons before the wall drops. So if we do end up in that situation, those garrisons are already there, and when you call that reset, they don't need to build those garrisons. They're already there. And that setup in those first 2 grid squares for building 1 at the point, 2 on the line, wall drops, build 3 or 4 at the blue line, that exact same setup then progresses to the 4th point if we get it, and we just dismantle those back garrisons. So what I'm saying is I would rather have those garrisons built and be able to just have you spawn at 1 and use your ability to dismantle those 2 to then build our next 2 forward garrisons over not having them there because we think we're going to get the middle point and be able to set up on that front line of the 4th point. But so what I'm saying is with the setup that you have right now, where you have the garrisons built behind like the frontline garrisons at the neutral zone, right? So like you've got those 3 garrisons built at the blue zone. What I'm saying is those 2 garrisons that you have built directly behind them, we should build those on the wall first. Because we're already at the wall, we're waiting, we build those garrisons. And then when the wall drops, we are not stopping to build these garrisons in the middle. That's going to take crucial time away from us getting to the blue line garrisons and getting them built and getting on point. So what I'm saying is if you take those 2 middle garrisons and they're built before the wall drops, and we focus on building our blue line garrisons and taking the point, when we take the point, you as commander can go back to where those 2 garrisons in the middle are that are where I'm saying are on our wall line. You can go back, drop those garrisons, you can rebuild one and get your defensive squad to build the other one in that exact position that you have. Because we have 7 garrisons, and the 8th garrison can be placed on the point, we capture the point, we hold the point, get rid of the blue line garrisons, and we advance those garrisons to protect these garrisons. All the outposts are in the neutral zone that we've now captured in the middle. So all I'm saying is that we're doing exactly what you're saying about like advancing garrisons, but just taking 1 step back and start those advancement garrisons with what? Dude, go watch the beginning of my fucking stream. Watch what I did with my 2 guys. Yeah. Legion was a no deck. Sorry, I'm just trying to find this timestamp for you to show you exactly what I mean, because I literally did it in the game. Go. How do I? So I spawned in. I had 2 guys in my squad. I had Solano and Legion. So these are our 4 squad leaders. It's me. Fear was the defensive squad leader. Finn was my other assault squad leader, and Miller was the recon squad leader that was assigned with me. So I moved out with the truck with those 4 squad leaders. Everybody's doing their no drill right now, right? And so this is where I'm saying this is exactly what I'm talking about. I'm moving to this blue line. I'm going to build a wall garrison here. But the guys that were moving out of the south HQ should build that one garrison on the southern map edge. Or if our objective was north, they should build that garrison on the northern map edge, right? The other 2 trucks build blue line garrisons just like what I'm doing here. So I dropped my outpost. Legion was my supply guy for nodes. He dropped it. And I had talked with Legion before we started the game that, hey, drop your supplies, build a manpower node, and get kicked on it, and then switch off the supplies. So Legion has now redeployed, and I'm getting Solano to come in as my supply guy. And I'm still at 40 seconds at the wall. So I got both my guys in. I get back in the truck. And so what I'm trying to show you here is I did not build a garrison at the wall, right? But what I'm saying is we should have, and I'm about to show you why, is so we move up. Where is it? Where we get out of the truck and build our garrison. Building the truck with my boys. I've still got Solano in the truck with me as my support guy. And I'm falling back. Getting out of the truck. So I'm communicating with Finn because this was this is the battle plan where you're trying to run, right? This is we're doing where we didn't build the wall garrison and we're building the blue light garrisons. Me and Finn supposed to be working together. Couldn't get a garrison up. I had my supply guy. He couldn't get his garrison up, so we got our garrison up on the blue line. So right here, I'm going to build a garrison on the blue line, and I didn't build the garrison at the wall zone. But what I was trying to show you is I had 40 seconds of Solano coming in, and I could have built that garrison there. And then I'm going to show you why, exactly why I want to build those there. So I just built the garrison. Oh, let me just go back. I want to see that map that I opened while I was running. So I built the fucking garrison on the blue line. I open up the map again, hopefully with nothing in the way. I'm the only guy that has built a blue line garrison. None of the other squads have built their blue line garrisons. Where we wanted one down here, mine's built, and then we needed one to the north. I'm the only guy that built the blue line fucking garrison at the beginning of the game. But so what I'm trying to say... Yes, but so what I'm trying to say here is if I had... And so look, like the defensive guys or somebody built a garrison on our fourth point, which that's fine and dandy, but that's only 70 meters away from this blue line. So if we can all make it to the wall drop and build that garrison there, and just forget about building this garrison just for a moment, and all advance on the center point, and make sure we get our blue line garrisons up, and then everybody assault the center point. When we capture it, you can go back and delete that garrison, and if I had built my blue line garrison, you can go back and delete those in one spawn in, so even say it's a 20-second spawn in garrison, and use your ability 20 seconds to get rid of those two garrisons. Now defense can put up a better garrison for defending the point, and scope it out, say, hey, this is exactly where I want to build this garrison. So you dismantle this one with your ability, and then I should have built one on my blue line, and you spawn on this one, you delete mine, personally. The defensive guys build a better garrison for this, and you build a better garrison off the one I first placed as assault. And sorry, hold on. Before you give your point, I just want to show you exactly why I want to do this. It comes up, I think it's because they capture it, then we capture it, I believe, right? And that's how it went. We did capture train station at one point, right? Yeah, right here. So we captured train station. So let me go back to this map here real quick and just pause it quickly. So look at this. This is what I'm saying. It's right here, okay? So I didn't build my garrison back here to start off with. And now we're looking pretty good, right? Like we lost it and then we capped it back. Defense did a really good job setting up a fucking perimeter garrison. And now all of a sudden we've also got two back here. And so we got 6 garrisons here. Right? One to the south, that's 7. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You have the ability to build one more. And what I'm talking about is just going a little bit, actually I think it was, just a little bit after this, after we lose this point. I know I have a really good map view of it because I was looking at the map for like a solid 30 seconds and being like, I really want to show this. Should be right here after we capture it. So I just need a map view. I know Creole opened up his map within fucking 15 seconds. I'm always looking at it. So now they've captured it, right? And we're pretty far through this game. So it's kind of not really helping my point. Actually, let's go to actually solidify my point. Let's go to where they capture rail crossing. So look here. This is why I'm saying this for the opening thing, right? Let's let them capture this, and then I'll look at the map again. And there's literally the exact reason why. So hold on, one more map open. 132. Okay, so right here is exactly why I'm saying this, right? So this is the situation. I know this is later game, but this is the situation I wanted to avoid if it happened early game where they captured center and you're planning on building these garrisons here and here, right? If you build those garrisons in that 4th sector and we get pushed, so our hopeful initial push is coming in, building a north or southern garrison, 2 fucking wall drop garrisons, then the 3 blue line garrisons. If you have these 2 wall garrisons and your 3 blue line garrisons, the defensive squad is still able to put garrisons like where they have it here. Like this one here is like an original, like behind the drop wall garrison that has been built after the fact, but it still gives them enough room to build another garrison in that defending point after the fact. When we get our wall drop garrisons up and our blue line garrisons up, then defense can do some defensive garrisons. You can go back and get rid of those garrisons. But if this were to happen earlier in the game against like a much more expertise team where we lose the point and they are able to push on us fast onto the 4th point, when we lose this point, you automatically lose everything in front of you, and then we end up in that situation where we ended up at the end of the game where we only have 1 fucking garrison. Whereas if we keep these garrisons up until we know we don't need them, and you as the commander, or me as the commander, or Connor as the commander, goes back and dismantles those garrisons in anticipation of being able to build the next 2 forward garrisons, we have a contingency plan in case it doesn't work out in our favor. So if we can't build those advanced garrisons, where because we're trying to build them, these garrisons are going to block us for garrison-wise, like limit-wise, number-wise, right? Yeah, okay, we didn't build those, we advanced it. But the thing is like right at the beginning of the game, I really believe and I really want to try and find some way to get it through to you that it doesn't matter that we build those garrisons. We're standing there fucking waiting anyways. There is literally no reason to not have those 2 other trucks that aren't occupying at the very beginning of the game before the wall drops. Like, you're agreeing, you think it's a really good idea to, if we had the north objective or the south objective, to build one on the wall, match that objective. Be like, that's a really good idea, but I still want to build the blue line or the wall drop garrisons. But why not? We're sitting there waiting. We can build those garrisons, and in case things don't go our way at the beginning of the match, we don't push forward, not build these garrisons here, build them in the 4th zone because we think we're so good that they're not going to touch our 4th zone, move forward, build our blue line garrisons, but then all of a sudden at the beginning of the game, we get rolled and pushed back into our 4th point. If that does happen, these garrisons are there to allow us to get back into 4th point really quick. But if we capture center point, and we're strong, and we're able to advance, it only takes maximum 1 minute for the commander to use his ability to dismantle this garrison and spawn into the other garrison to dismantle it in pre-anticipation of your forward garrisons built up so that you don't lose them. What I'm trying to say is there's just no reason to not have those 2 garrisons there at the wall drop line because you're worried about not being able to build more garrisons. You're playing fucking comp. You're probably going to lose more garrisons than you're not. It's better to start the game off with as many garrisons as possible and get rid of garrisons instead of not having garrisons and scrambling to build them. So what I'm just saying is when we have the downtime at the beginning of the game, I personally believe we set a better and more secure foundation if we build those garrisons, then blue line garrisons to 7 garrisons, so 3 garrisons at the beginning of the game, 4 garrisons on the blue line, leaving 1 garrison open for the flank if we're able to maintain all 7 garrisons, 1 garrison's left open for the flank, and if we capture center, as soon as you capture center, you as the commander, or me as the commander, or Connor as the commander, and this is something we can put in as our doctrine, your immediate reaction, if you are anticipating telling your troopers to move forward from middle objective, if that's the order you're going to give, if you're going to say, hey, we've captured the middle objective, and I'm going to order my assault squads to move forward to that front line and build those frontline garrisons to move on point 4, if you know as the commander you are going to issue that order, instinctively you should be using your dismantle garrison ability to get rid of one of those wall drop garrisons and spawning on the other one and dismantle it. It takes you 1 life, 40 seconds to get rid of those to let you guys advance. But if you don't build them and skip that step, and things don't work out for you, now you only have 3 garrisons built, and they're all in the 4th capture zone. And if something goes really wrong and you lose that 4th capture zone, you literally only have 1 garrison that you've built in the 5th line. So what I'm trying to express here is that you're not going to get through the first 5 to 10 minutes of the game and hit garrison limit and not be able to do anything. And by the time those guys build the blue line garrisons and get those garrisons up, if they can do that before the wall drops, by the time their next garrison that they need to build is, they're either going to have, if they're a 3-man squad, their other guys going to be ready to drop supplies, or the guy that is already the supplies is going to be reset. But what I'm trying to say is exactly what we're doing here is the exact same thing that you showed when you were at the blue line and advancing the garrisons. It's just taking it back and starting your process 1 grid square set early. It's the exact same plan that you have with advancing your garrisons, but we just started at the wall drop instead of starting it at the middle, like basically the 3rd grid square, where you're starting your plan is at the third grid square along that third line. So you're putting your 3 garrisons, on the point, out here in the middle, down here in the south, and then building your 4-line garrisons. But with that plan that you're doing, you are now leaving 7 garrisons susceptible being deleted if they capture that point. But if you're building the garrisons kind of like in the middle of this point, what's the fucking difference if you run it 100 or 70 meters back and keep it safe? Because if these garrisons are safe, the guys that are operating off of those garrisons, air quote, are like your defensive guys who have OPs in the point. So they're not using that garrison. That garrison's just there in case. And like I said, if you get to the point where you're ready to advance the garrisons, you as commander should be able to quickly react and knock that garrison out, use your ability to knock the other one out, spawn on one, dismantle it, and allow your guys to advance your garrison. So you as the commander should be able to see that, hey, my guys have captured the point and they're starting to advance. I can anticipate that, fall back and get rid of those garrisons before my guys need to build their front line. I'd rather have them there than not have them there and hope that we don't need them, is what I'm trying to say. And also for our battle plan, if we can get the guys to move up and build those wall drop garrisons before the wall drop garrisons, this is going to be able to teach those guys to be able to do this in under 3 minutes. To get to the line and drop a garrison, do a supply swap, and then get to the blue line and drop another set of garrisons. So now we have blue line garrisons, wall drop garrisons, 3, 3, 6, 1 garrison on the point, the defense squad builds, 7. Attacking the point, flank gets set up 8. We capture the point, commander dismantles 2. And we keep moving. I would much rather see that than build all 7 of our garrisons in the 4th point zone. And that's literally what PZLD did. They moved up, they built 3 garrisons on the line, on the wall drop line. Then when the wall dropped, then they built 5 garrisons. I can go back to the picture I had for PZLD's game against us in that script. Yeah, but this is but Raptor, this is at the wall drop and the blue line. It doesn't matter if it's warfare or skirmish. It's still the opening maneuver. So if I go to the picture that I sent you guys for warfare, right? So this is skirmish mode. So the wall drop is here, right? And something that I didn't capture is at the beginning of the game. At the beginning of the game, at wall drop. So wall drop is on skirmish mode. Is it this line or this line? I think it's this line. Right? So when PZLD started, at the fucking blue line, like at the wall drop line, this is their wall drop line, I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure in skirmish mode. Is it this one? 1 grid square before the captain, right? So this is wall drop, right? Before these guys did this, because this was about 15 minutes into the game, when they started this, they had their 2 trucks go north and hit the wall, and go south and hit the wall. When they hit the wall, they built 2 garrisons at their 2 trucks at the wall. And then they moved forward as their split squads. So they built their 2 garrisons, truck here, truck down here on the south. They built their 2 garrisons. Then they all advanced to the blue line, because this is the 2 grid squares to the point, right? They all advanced their grid lines, and they built, this is actually right when you were starting your advancement. You see they have 1 here advanced to the zone, but they actually ended up losing this one from this squad, and they pulled it back across the line. So they had 2 garrisons here to start the game, and they had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And so we're not counting this one in the middle here because I'm talking about before they got to this point. So their first 2 garrisons were at the wall, built, set up with their trucks. Then they moved up and built all 5 of these. When they had all 5 of their blue line garrisons built, they're the 2 guys that built those garrisons, they had the coordination that when they built those 2 garrisons at the drop wall, moved up and built these 5 garrisons, so they're now at 7. They then built their 8th garrison on the point, and they're like, okay, now we want to start pushing and building more garrisons on the blue line. Those 2 squad leaders that built those garrisons just respawned, dismantled, respawned, and came back on their outposts. Took them 35 seconds. And they dismantled their wall garrisons, which allowed them to build, after this, about like 50 more minutes in this game, they had 1, 2, 3, 4 on the blue line, 2 on the point, and then they had 1 on their front line. But that's what they did. They got those trucks up, they hit the wall. They're sitting at the wall with like a minute and 10 seconds. So we're saying that our better plan is to not worry about the wall, build 1 5th line garrison. So whichever truck has the objective in the 5th line builds 1 garrison for that, and then their first move is all garrisons at the neutral line, right? This is the PZLD game, right? Hold on, the link that you sent me takes me to fucking Absolutes. Is that what I'm supposed to be looking at? Oh yeah, maybe that's sorry. And that I should be using that. And much easier. Where's the garrison placements? Fast forward to those. I know, but what I'm saying is fast forward to the garrison placements. But but this is where I'm saying the difference between skirmish and warfare, right? So like the wall drops. There's no fourth point in skirmish. So right off the bat, they're building these 5 garrisons, right? But so what I'm saying is at the wall drop, build 2 garrisons because you have the time to do it, and there is the chance that the enemy can take your 4th point. They build those 5 garrisons right at the fucking line, right? Because they know, like, hey, we need to get the line as quickly as possible because it's a skirmish game. Now, I would say if we were playing skirmish as well, we would not build those 2 garrisons like I'm talking about. But there's no reason to not build those blue line garrisons if we're going to advance and build 5 garrisons at the blue line, and then we start to capture. What I'm trying to say is we should preemptively build those garrisons at the wall drop in a scrim warfare game mode, because those garrisons are there in case. You're still building all your blue line garrisons. You're not going to run out of things. And when you do capture the zone, hopefully it goes in your favor, all it takes as a commander is less than 60 seconds to get rid of those 2 garrisons for you to be able to build 2 more and advance your lines. Whereas if you just don't do that, and you just rush to the blue line and build those garrisons, and you lose the blue line, you don't have any fallback garrisons. So what I'm trying to say is build the 2 blue line or the wall drop garrisons, and then do exactly what PZLD did. Everybody moves to the line and we get as many garrisons up as possible on the blue line. But even still, if we built 5 on the blue line, our 1 southern or northern edge garrison and 2 wall drop garrisons in a warfare mode, that's our 8 garrison limit, right? But all that takes is 10 minutes for your ability to be ready, and if we capture the point, all you as the commander have to do is spawn on 1 dismantle 1 with ability, so that you guys can advance. If your guys are unable to advance and not able to build garrisons, and they're meeting extreme resistance on the point, and or the enemy captures the point first, those wall garrisons are now just there for you. So this is the way that I'm looking at it, as from like just an experienced Hell Let Loose player's perspective, is I'm not worried about the run from those 2 garrisons where you're saying like you're looking at the 2 garrisons north and south of the recon vehicle, and you're saying, hey, if I don't have those garrisons there and I have them at the red line or like at the wall drop line, now I have a further run to reestablish the garrison that I lost, right? Well, guess what? Whether that garrison's there or that garrison is back on the wall drop line, me as a squad leader, I'm not spawning on that fucking garrison to rebuild my garrison. I'm respawning on one of the other 2 frontline garrisons and pushing north or south. I'm not falling back and pushing back to my garrison that I lost. If I lose my center garrison, I'm going to spawn on that northern garrison or that southern garrison and push north to my garrison. Because I'm going to keep my guys as close to the combat as I can. I'm not going to tell my guys to fall back off the front line and go to a backwards garrison and push forward to reestablish my garrison. I'm going to say, hey, we're spawning at the south garrison. You guys fight with the guys on the south on the blue line on the front line, and I will try to get back to center and get an OP up and get you guys back to me to establish that. I'm not going to come back in from those backline garrisons. The only time I'm going to come in from those backline garrisons is if we lose all 3 frontline garrisons. And if we lose all 3 frontline garrisons, I would much rather that backline garrison be fucking safe in the 5th sector. Yeah, and I agree with you. I agree with you wholeheartedly on that point. And that's where I'm saying I think it's crucial that we organize those off comp weekends as squad leader practice. Because I feel that way, you feel that way. I'm the commander, you're the first sergeant. If we feel that way that our squad leaders can't do that, we should fucking do something about that. Right? But if that's what we're worried about, if that's what we're worried about is the coordination, these guys being able to pull that off. Well, those guys are directly below, well, not directly below us. They're fucking directly below the platoon leaders, but still, like that's a training at the leadership level, at the squad leader level that we're lacking. If that's the worry that you have. But that's where I'm trying to say, I think if we build our battle plan to get those 3 garrisons up, like our starting battle plan is basically 3 phases, 3 really simple phases. You have 3 trucks coming out of the 3 HQs in a warfare game mode. The truck that has the HQ in the 5th sector is responsible for building a garrison near that objective. The other 2 trucks that aren't in that objective from their HQs build their garrisons on the blue line. And that's phase 1. 3 garrisons right off the bat before the wall drops. And we can train that into our guys and get those guys really good at doing that. And that includes doing the no drill and doing that. They should be proficient at that. Before that 3-minute ends, you have 3 fucking minutes. There's no reason that you do not have enough squads and enough support guys and enough troopers to be able to do supply swaps, to be able to build nodes and build garrisons at the blue line and the objective that's in the 5th zone before the wall drops. There's literally 0 reason that we cannot do that. And if we cannot do it, that is our fault as leadership that our squad leaders are unable to make their squads be able to do that. That should be done phase 1. Then phase 2 is everybody advancing and building the blue line garrisons for the assault. 3 or 4 garrisons on the blue line. That's phase 2 of the battle plan. Then phase 3 of the battle plan is capturing and holding point. 1, 2, 3. Simple as that for our battle plan to start out with. We set up our before the wall drop, we set up our blue line, and we capture the point. If we can do that successfully, wall garrisons, blue line garrisons, and then 1 flank and or defensive garrison, and if we need another garrison, commander, just dismantle a garrison, so then we can have a defensive garrison and a flank garrison, and capture the middle point. That is what our battle plan needs to be focused on, hyper-focused on. It doesn't need to be more complicated. We don't need to worry about the 4th point. We don't need to worry about contingencies. Our battle plan needs to be step 1, 2, 3. Simple, clear, concise. These are the actions we're taking. These are where the squads go. We have 3 lanes. Assault, 1, 2, 3. You're assigned there. Defense, you're still pushing the point. One of those defense squads is responsible for the defense garrison. Everybody else heading the point. That battle plan needs to focus on step 1, 2, 3, and just capturing the middle objective. And when that battle plan is successful, and we can repeatedly go from wall garrisons, blue line garrisons, to capturing the point, from there, then we can expand the battle plan. Hey, are we doing this really successfully and holding the point strong? And is the next thing that we should focus on is advancing from that? Or is the next point of the battle plan that, hey, we're capturing the objective, but we quickly get flipped over, so how do we focus on losing the point and then retaking it from the blue line? Those are kind of your 2 points that you move on. But I would really like to see the battle plan that you work on with those guys being like wall drop, blue line, capture the point. 1, 2, 3. And we just get that down pat before we do anything else, before we make it more complicated than that. We need to boil it down to, if we want to win this game, we need to do phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, capture and hold that objective. And that's it. And as soon as we can have everybody doing that successfully, then we can expand from the battle plan and say, hey, here's our contingency if we lose middle point, or hey, here's our contingency if we're really strong and we're able to advance on the 4th point. But right now, I do not believe we have just like Connor said, a cohesive, across-the-board plan that everybody knows what to do when we're doing it. And so to me, that means we need to hyper-focus to make it as simple as possible. And that's 1, 2, 3. What happens before the line drops, what happens, basically 10 minutes max, right, is what our battle plan needs to be. And it's like, I think I said to you guys last night, we all know that when a battle plan hits contact, the plan goes to shit. So let's make the battle plan that we're training and teaching these guys everything right up and before contact, so that our plan can't go to shit. All these guys can do it perfectly right up into that like first 10 minutes of the game. We need to get a battle plan set and have that squared away. We can't be worried about, oh, if we capture the middle point, how are we going to advance our garrison? Oh, if we lose the middle point, what are we going to do as continuously? No. We need to have a set plan in the first 10 minutes of the game, and all of our guys need to be able to execute it perfectly. And if we don't get that down, we can't build a better plan. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, I mean, like, I don't want to go like back to the basics when you guys do the training plan. Like, I don't want to sit there and run all the guys through and be like, hey, you have to do a no drill. But what I would like to see in the training plan is like, hey, every single squad builds a no drill, reacts to which HQ is the active HQ, and before that wall drops, your squad better be able to build a set of nodes and put a garrison down. Even if, like, let's just say, and I'm open to being wrong, right? Like, even if we start here as our basic plan to get our guys better, of doing the wall line garrisons, blue line garrisons, and then falling back, removing the blue line garrisons. Even if, and I will only accept if we bring this out to the rest of the community, and everybody's like, fuck you, Cree, those wall drop garrisons are bullshit, right? At the very least, if we start as their base stepping stone plan to teach our squads to be able to get to the fucking wall and drop those garrisons and get everybody back in the truck and have your outposts picked up and still have 30 seconds left before the wall drops. If those guys, if our squad guys are able to do that at the wall before it drops, if we decide to, hey, Cree's fucking wrong and the wall garrisons are terrible, at the very least, if we can fucking put a time limit on our guys that, hey, you need to get your no drill done, get in the truck, get your outpost up at the wall, and get a garrison down at the wall. If all of our squads can be proficient in that, they're going to be a lot better at doing your plan if we scrap me at the wall. Right? And at every single SP, if we put that into a training plan, at every single SP, that's only 3 minutes of your map time to make your squad accomplish that and get good and get fast and get better. Oh no, I'm not. I'm just like I already told you. I want you working with the platoon leaders, and I am going to try and step back as much as possible. And I want you and the platoon leaders to build this battle plan. But what I want to say before you go, yeah, and it's just like I said. If you come back to me and say like, hey, like all the guys like consensus is to not do the wall drop garrisons and to do your blue line garrisons, that's fine. I'm not gonna say that's not wrong. All I'm saying is I just see the benefits of training it into our guides to be able to build nodes and build blue line or build wall drop garrisons in that 3 minutes. If everybody's doing that at their SPs, it's literally 3 minutes of their time to be able to do that in their training. Right? Like, it's 3% of their SP if they can do that. And if we practice it and put it into implementation and it works out better that, hey, we don't build the wall drop garrisons and we build middle zone garrisons and then blue line garrisons, and that works better, absolutely, we'll run with that. But I don't see a problem with training in tour guys to be able to accomplish that before the wall drops, so that they're quick, fast at supply swaps, all that kind of stuff to do that. But the main thing, even getting away from all of the shit where we're talking about super technical garrison placement, all of this stuff, the only thing that I want to express from me as company commander going into this is that we are building a battle plan for Q2. I want to see a battle plan that is literally what is BACD going to do from the moment we spawn into the game to the moment we hit contact. So say that takes 10 minutes at the start of the game. So spawn in, 3-minute wall drop, 7 minutes to hit the neutral point. And at the neutral point, you're hitting contact. What I want is a cohesive battle plan from spawn in to right before we hit contact, is what I want to see. When we can perfect the opening part of our battle plan before we hit contact, then we can start hitting contact, taking contact, and then working together to progress the battle plan to be like, hey, if we hit contact at middle point, we can do this. If we capture middle point uncontested, we can do this. Those are kind of extensions of the battle plan. But what I really want to see is exactly what Connor was talking about, is a concerted effort in the first 10 minutes of the game that everybody understands and gets accomplished. And that is a battle plan. It is literally tell the guys, like, we are calling this the checkmate open. First 10 minutes of the game, battle plan, get it down square. I can just offer my opinions of what I think would be the best way to do it. Open with sitting down and talking with everybody, and if there's better ideas and consensus that the other ideas are better, absolutely. But the only thing I want to hyper focus on is that we need to build a battle plan that is our preparation, our foundation of any game we're playing. No matter who we're playing, no matter if it's a public game, if it's a scrim, if it's a Frago Friday on a skirmish map, if it's a warfare map, this battle plan should be able to achieve exactly what we need to achieve in the first 10 minutes of the game, no matter what game we're playing. And it's just a concise battle plan that is what we do every single game at the beginning. And I feel like Connor's right. We don't have that. We have 6 guys trying to do 6 different things. So let's really try to work together, cut out the bullshit, and say, hey, our battle plan needs to be the first 10 to 15 minutes of the game. We all know that after that, when we hit contact, the plan's going to go to shit. So let's not plan for that. Right? Let's perfect our first 15 minutes. And then, based on experience from our first 15 minutes, what can we do to adapt to contact? What happens when we run into a scenario where we do get overrun on middle point? What happens in the situation where we take middle point? That's where we expand the battle plan. But we need to build that first opening 10, 15 minutes and be perfect. And if we don't do that, we're not going to move past that. All right, I'll get you to more of those.
Oh, dogs. You guys probably want food. Come on, Book. Yeah.